Well, hello there. Are we blurry? I'm kind of blurry. Fix that real quick. Or the camera could just freeze entirely. That's also a thing. Yep. All right. The old unplug and plug it back in trick. Wish I knew why I did that. It's deeply annoying. There we go. Okay, so what's the plan? We left off. Forgot to open the terminal. Hey, Jazz, how's it going? Bonjour to you as well. How's Monday treating you? And we're in editor land again. And we should. Tough and rough day at work, but about me? Well, why was it tough and rough? And what about me? Close that. Yeah, we need to work on the form here. That's what we were doing. We've got this reading data, and we just need to display it. Which config manager status effect is our struct. Item details. So we have our data struct, which is that. How's my day been? It's been okay. Turn that down a little bit. I mostly spent it reading so far. It's only noon here, but so far I've mostly spent it reading a little bit of Hacker News. There's a new Ed Zitron post that was enjoyable, and chatting with some folks. And then I heard about a new thing. It's like a game slash virtual tabletop, it looked like. I need to read more about it, called Sunderfolk. I need to get more details. I crave the details to see what that's about. So that's kind of interesting. But then you look at this. So we've added a form. Got our broker, we've got our chooser items. So we need to make choosers for property to modify. And only that. That's gonna need, because you can modify a skill or an attribute. That's gonna need some thought. How do we display that? Well, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. Let's just get some forms fields in here. So we have this shouldn't be radius. That should be width. Tell I was getting crispy brained the end of stream yesterday. Let's see here. So this grows. This needs to grow. They both need to grow. This, I don't actually want it to grow. I want this to be in the center-ish, right? This is a grid so that we keep our columns even without looking all scraggly. I also forgot to do this real quick. There we go. Padding I'm happy with. We'll need to think about that a little bit. But now that we have a form in the middle-ish, this actually should be here as well. Let's actually put you up here just for visual organization. Over here in the widget. That's right. That's what I was trying to do. Because the widget has the parent panel. This was trying to be just... So this is what should have the border. And it actually shouldn't grow. That's what I was doing. This is set to grow so that it grows within the bounds of this. This should have the padding, I think. Now, here, you need to bounce through the properties. And we're going to have label text and then text field for most of these. Help text will be big. That'll be a text editor. And then I think we'll use checkboxes for these other things. But we need to put this into the form here, which is the grid. So I don't think I actually need to style this in any way aside from using our shared widget, which is editor widgets, label text, but your new label text off of W, set text, name. Because that has all of our styling, we should be good there. Then we need, not label text, name text, not a frame, but text field, also in W. This, how did we handle this over here in this? Set text, get ID of that. And because we guard against nil here, yeah, we can do the same thing. We'll make them similar. So this becomes, not that. We also need to do our ID, which would be both label texts. We'll do that here in a second. And actually, we do need to do this because this needs a styler. We need to grow on the X. But this, not DP, but parent width, let's just say 30 to start with. This same grow. $70 to take up the rest. ID. that. We actually just need the same styler on that. And then datastruct ID. Oh crap! It's null UUID dot UUID dot string. Styler. That same deal. 70. Let's run this and make sure that we're on the right track. We need to actually use our widget. That's a thing. We need a we need to go generate first. Goes pretty good. How about you? Just let generate finish here so that we get our convenience helpers. And there we go. We might move these into internal so that they don't get conflated, right? This goes in W. Set data. Do we not? Oh, that's right. Because much like over here, not this one, this one. We need to have a set data struct because we need to trigger. Wait, no. We don't update here. Why don't we update here? If we're not going to update, then we should just let this take care of it, right? Which means we will need to go generate again, but that's okay. And then if we don't, oh yeah, we need this to generate for this to work. Now we can do data struct. Do you not? Why not? Yeah, there you are. You're just slow to update. Okay, there we go. And then this will be that's right. That's why we did this. Status effects, not status effects, but the skills and attributes. when we go through these, it only happens on click. Right here, set current value. This is item details still. We need to be in skills and attributes, the widget. We call detail pane. Ba, 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 ba. So we set things with that, and we pulled that out because we needed to be able to turn it off and on. But we can still create this widget and then update it, or we can just create this. Then we need to track it. And I don't know. If we do it this way, it'll be added, but then we'd have to update it if we change the data in it. The other thing we can do, we have selected item. Then we can just do if this is not nil, then we do this, and then we can say that. And we don't need to check that because in here we have it. And then everything should work. I don't know if we need to update when we do need to select when we click an item, we don't need this anymore. We know that's working. We set you to selected, we update you, and then we do this at I. But it's also the pointer of that because we want to modify it. Now, okay, why do I not see you? Hi, bar. Okay, so if we do that, we do need to then be able to do an update, right? Let's check that. Yes, okay, so we need to put margin on this, and it needs to be more bigger. But that should... like it works, but we have to update this whole thing every time we do it, right? And I wonder if we get silly. What if we do the tree add at inside of the onClick? Is that allowed? Let's see if that blows up horribly or not. Still breaks. Okay. Well, it still doesn't show. So let's back that up a bit. So the other thing that we can do is instead of storing this, we can just add this always. And then we can instead have in the maker this is a Cora frame. That would be awkward as well because we need to add you after. Yeah, let's back that up as well. That back up there. Still update. And I guess it's fine. Let's make sure that switching them breaks that. Why is that? Um, we would have to do updater, and then we do we'd have to do that. We'd cause it to reset that, I think. Yeah. Okay, so let's get, we've given you a little bit of padding. Let's give you a little bit more. Let's also do a margin on you as well. Kind of scoot you away from that top and bottom, or top and side rather. It's all right. You need to be bigger, but um if we tell you to grow on the X, I think you're going to fill the whole thing though, which I don't really want. Yeah. I think this is why I was thinking about putting the border on this guy. But that's just going to be the same. It's just going to grow going to grow to fill this, which is fine. So what we would have to do is tell you that you can only be up to 50% of the parent width, maybe? How do we like that? Yeah, that's not bad. Let's also let this... not the ID. The name text, let's let you be smaller. Because... Alright, yeah. Because we don't want the name field to be, like, ginormous, because that sort of invites you to make a really, really long name, which isn't really ideal, right? For a lot of reasons. I like that a little more. I think... Right, we had to put these inside of frames to get the scale correctly. A stretch? Oh, that does feel good, I tell yous. How's it going, Misha? Let's try this, not core frame, but core new frame off of W. And then this. We'll see. I don't think that actually needs to be a space there. That's fine. We'll take out a second here. Because you go into name box. That's why. Like so. Oh, I think I would have to do this. I'd have to do this to everything to be able to see for sure if it was growing the way I want it. Let's make sure we need to do that first. Because the other things, the other things in this grid will help to define its size. So let's just roll that back. This can stay. We don't tell this to grow because We don't want a long name field. Going good. I spent 2 hours today just thinking about my Raspberry Pi network project thingy, just to realize that my OOP brain made me massively overcomplicate things. I'm still stuck, but 20% closer to the solution, probably. So I don't know all of the constraints you're dealing with, but what holds the overall state? Like, you got a bunch of different things that are simulating various pieces, right? Why is my thing all fuzzy again? Why? Why, camera? Why you do this? %20 is huge. I mean, yeah, it's almost a quarter, right? There. Behave yourself now. Okay, so let's go back to our status fact. We get a description. So this will be new label text off of W. Set the text to description. And then let's put this in year 30. And let's actually do this. If we do this, we can probably pull this out. And then we can do this. This is 70. And then instead of doing this over and over again, that this is still label. That's still label. New text field off of W. Set text to data struct. No, description. Styler. Field styler, which I typoed. Fix that up. We actually don't need this at all anymore. We need help text. New label text off of W. Set text. Help text. Lib styler. This. What is it called? Text.editor? New. you are at a crap. Lines. New editor. Text core. There we go. New editor. Off a W. And then this guy is a little different. You need a zeroed radius and to grow on the X. My primary issue is understanding problems with bidirectional communication. Is bidirectional a word? Yes. The problem is I would like to have one connection between two pies that should be written and read from both sides. Every pi will have to manage between 4 to 8 of those connections, depending on whether I come up with something smart or not. It should really not be something complicated, but I only have experience with a one-direction connection, so it's somehow hard. The probably biggest issue is that I immensely overcomplicate things. I mean, I saw it today. I mean, yes, we all do. Part of simplicity is hard, and part of learning to be better at writing code is learning to write simpler code, because we all tend to overcomplicate things. That's engineer brain. Sounds like test-driven development to me. No. I would ask you. I would challenge your assumption. Does it actually need to be bidirectional? Is that important? Let's run this and make sure we're on the right track here. Oh, we need to set. Forgot to set the strings, which is string lines set string to data struct dot help text. That, not that. I meant Misha should give TD a try. Don't overcomplicate step by step. Ah, yes. Yes. That gets a little difficult with bidirectional communication. It's a little difficult with network connections in general. Like, you can do it for REST API endpoints. You can test the handle funcs pretty easy. A little tricky, but yeah, you could do that. I would really I still would challenge whether or not it needs to be bidirectional. And like, are you allowed to use extra libraries or no? Because that also has a bearing on that. Like, theoretically, if you're doing, if I recall correctly, Game of Life simulated in a distributed system of pies, right? Where each pie is simulating one piece of it. Okay, so we got that. We were gonna run. That's what we were gonna do. Then I got distracted. Nerd sniped even. Yoop. There we go. Here we go. Why don't you grow to the same length? I don't think we have that problem over here, do we? Oh, it's because we didn't constrain you. That's right. What's MUD? Multi-user dungeon. We would do this, then it would allow the other fields to grow. Will we hit a bug with that? I think we might hit our bug with that because the framework bug, that is. Yeah. Because it won't grow to fill the rest of the space when there's one. We would have to say, instead of growing, that you're just a fixed 30. It should be bidirectional. It would reduce half my connections in the network. Now, I do not know whether this bigger amount of connection would be an issue. However, I do deep down not believe that it should be so hard. But why does it need... Like, why does that reduce your connections? Whenever I'm stuck because I have so many plans and ideas that I want to have the solution ready in my head, I try to implement step by step, then see where it takes me. Yes, that is very good advice. The other thing that I have found helpful is to draw it out, right? So I would probably just do this on a notepad, but you can't see a notepad. The humble notepad is vastly underrated. But if we were to do this, so let's say we have, let's just say 4 pi. Each one of these guys does some amount of life sim, right? So where do we have the state that is the entire game? Where does that live? If I open one-way directions, I would need to open 2 connections between 2 pies, one for sending from A to B and one for B to A. With bidirectional, it would be A to B and B to A on the same connection. Okay, right, but where does the state of the entire game live? Because these guys are each simulating a piece of life, right? But something has to be aware of the overall state of that board. Unless they all have the entire state of the board and they all take updates. But even in like a database that is distributed, because it's a cluster, right? Something is elected to have the master state that says, I know and I am authoritative on what the board looks like or what the database looks like. These guys all should be the same, more or less, but they defer to this guy or whoever is elected as the authoritative source, right? Um, and then that guy. Why doesn't description grow if we do that, though? No, nothing is aware. Every time a pi does calculations, it sends its most outer border to its neighbor for the next round. so that they can do the calculations as if it would be one big playing field. So what coordinates them between rounds? And in this case, if they're sending their outer border to the neighbors, then they're all aware of the state, of the overall state, right? Because they all get an update from everybody. So you would need to... Well, you don't need a dual direction communication for that, right? You need to be aware of who is in your cluster. And then when you send that out, you can just send it to these guys. You might be able to send... Do they have to be TCP? Or can they be UDP? Because you might be able to just broadcast, and then anything that isn't listening for that kind of an update would just ignore it, right? But there's no reason that needs to be bidirectional. Like, you can just go through and fire off updates to everybody and then receive updates on a single endpoint. Like, you still need to figure out how you reconcile all those updates together and what does it look like to keep them all in sync, right? But there's no reason that has to be bidirectional. Really good question. That's the same thing my professor asked us. Our current plan is a time server, but regarding the fact that everything must be in perfect sync, it's rough. UDP would be too unstable, I believe. One byte flip is wrong, LED lighting up. Okay. So I don't know that that's true. That's a really big assumption. But assuming you are ruling that out, I don't think a time server seems like the right answer. I think that having them come up and then have like a period of registration where they all talk to one another and say, hey, I exist, here's my address and whatever else. And then you could just store that in a table, right? And then you could broadcast to everything in that table. And then you could actually wait to hear from everything in that table. Just track who has updated you. And then that's when you know, once you have all your updates, I've sent my update, I've received all my updates, I do my next round. I send my update, I receive all my updates, I do my next round. And there might be things I'm not thinking about there, but that would eliminate a time server. That would, like, you'll stall if nobody reports in, but if you're using TCP, then you need to know who your neighbors are and figure out how that works, but that doesn't seem unreasonable. Check that. Good guy Mongoose trying to help out. I mean, it's just like nerding out on stuff like that is kind of fun, right? And it's a homework question, so I don't want to just like tear off and solve it, but throw some ideas and some thoughts out, you know? I'm a little confused as to why the number of connections is something you're concerned about, right? Like, you can, You can serve a lot of connections. An idea I liked, however, I'm unsure whether that is allowed to be a package framework called NATS.io, which is a little server that would run server. Each Pi opens a connection to it. The server clusters information. Each Pi can request that information. That would probably handle syncing bidirectional communication and would open for later features like a score. Unsure whether we are allowed to use something like that. I mean, even if you... So that goes back to my what knows the authoritative state of the board, right? Like, you don't need this package or framework. Like, you could just make your own server that's authoritative. And like that just saying, you know, make your own server that's authoritative, like there's some work there, but it seems like a doable problem. And I'm not actually sure, like, if you really are dead set on bidirectional, like, you can use WebSockets. I'm not sure if there's anything that would be like a network message bus sort of setup, or if you'd have to just write that yourself. But like, that's kind of what you're dealing with, right? But ultimately, that kind of just looks the same. Um, I would clarify with your professor, like, if that's acceptable or not. But like, WebSockets or not, you'd still have to do the same kind of work to do that, right? Where you need to know who's in the cluster and track who's updated you, synchronize who, like, when the step happens. Right. We probably would need status, especially for syncing. I mean, you could probably do it without it. I just, if you're not required to do it without it, then why add the complication, right? Because as you're discovering, without something to coordinate, it becomes harder, right? They tell you to grow. So why don't you grow the rest of the way? Because you should all be in the same form. That's why we needed... It wasn't the label fields that were misbehaving. It was text fields. Because text fields only want to grow so far. And we solved that by... This is the widget. I need item details. It's help text. New text field, form container, set text that. We just set your max. because the default sets a max. I think that's where we wound up. Yes. We want you to be shorter just to invite a shorter name. But the rest of you can get longer. And then you, and then I think we did something like this to say, look, be 4 lines tall, essentially, by default, and then you can grow. No, that breaks things. That's right. What about just growing on the Y? Does that break stuff? I can't remember. Text editors are kind of jank. No. I think we actually just said, you know what? Like, it'll grow. It's fine. Go look over here again. Item details. Help text. Yeah, we just said to grow on the X. Yeah, okay. So, we'll stick with that up until... Actually, let's double check. They might have updated the docs for text editors. Let's just do a quick check to make sure we're not completely insane here. Oh, text editor. Lines, set string. New version is available. Let's reload you. In this case, like, it's just... Yeah, it doesn't, it's annoying. Can I set, perhaps... set width? Can't set height or anything like that, or set line count. Yeah, okay. We'll leave that alone for now. I have a bit of a problem that I can't estimate how strong modern day software is. I just feel like all these connections sound like a lot. I also remember I had to write a little algorithm once that does a certain calculation X amount of times. When I started, at first my guess was that it would take a while to do 10,000 calculations. After testing a lot, it turned out it was around 200 billion calculations. When it took more than 1 second for the first time, it's hard to estimate. Yeah, so you can't really performance benchmark by your gut, right? So you'll start to get a little bit of a feel for how things work. Like, if there's things you know, like reading disk is a bunch slower than reading memory, right? That's a truth. But it takes actual measurement to really know for sure if something is too big and too bad. And it's very easy to test something like that, right? If you write a simple little toy program that just hard code in however many connections you think you need, 20, whatever, you can spin up 20 little bitty servers that take a second to return an echo, right? And see how long that takes, and see if that's, you know, going to suck or not. Obviously, that's going to be just a really rough idea because benchmarking toys is always going to be different than benchmarking a real thing. But it'll give you a little bit of a clue as to whether or not that's a stupid idea or not. And even if it turns out that it's too slow, you can later change it, right? It's software. So like you don't have to commit to one single thing. And it's that way forever, right? You can change, you can fix. And if you do that, if you fail fast, you'll have real input, and you'll have you'll spend less time paralyzed by the analysis and more time doing things and figuring out what works the empirical way, which is to do it and see. Hi, hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How you, Anu? Been a minute. Hope things are well for you. How's the job hunt? What was I doing? Yes. So we were help text. We decided to just leave that for now because the choices I have for the text editor stuff is a little yeah. Um, help text stacks with other. We need to look at docs on. I closed my window, I think. Checkboxes. We probably want checkboxes for this. And I'm almost tempted to put these into one row, but that might be a pain. I definitely sometimes have to use my keyboard more and my brain less. Only when I look at my grammar in this chat, I think it should be the other way around. I mean, you watch me fail to type all day. It happens, right? What am I looking for? You're not a switch. I know you exist. Yeah, that's a switch. You are a switch, you dog. And then we can do I'm doing good, taking a little bit time off, finished college, going to find job. After this week, going to prepare for interview. Awesome. Awesome. And it's not, Misha, it's not that you need to use your keyboard more and your brain less. It's more that you don't have all the information, and you won't until you experiment, right? So like you can agonize over the decision, but you're really deciding based on assumptions, right? And even if you have experience, like experience gives you a little bit more of a clue about what might be okay or not. But even if you have experience, unless you have done that exact thing before in the exact language, you're still making large assumptions. And that isn't going to make it any easier, right? Because those assumptions could be completely wrong. Like that's why, you know, I say make a toy, make a proof of concept, and with the understanding that it's going to be an imperfect test, but it will show you um like just sort of the uh it, it it'll give you a rough idea of whether or not your idea is good or not, right? Like you can write you know, you've been on this for a couple days now at least, right? You could have written 2 or 3 POCs and had better data, and then eventually you're just gonna have to pick a thing, right? And if it doesn't work out, well, especially now it's a homework assignment, right, or a class project. Like the cost of failure here is nothing, right? Maybe you have to redo some work and your deadline gets a little crunchy, but that's going to happen anyway if you just keep being frozen by analysis, right? Um, in a real world sense, like the cost of this time is the same as well, right? Where if you make a wrong decision, you're going to lose some time. Your deadlines get a little tighter, but you're doing something. You're learning something, even if you're failing. Like that's one of the things about sometimes you see on job posts, they're like, well, we need somebody who's comfortable with uncertainty or something silly like that, right? And I always think that's silly because uncertainty is a huge part of software. And you kind of just have to that's why estimating software projects is almost impossible, right? Unless you've done that exact thing many times, there's going to be uncertainty. And we just have to do our best and kind of figure out our way through it. Like writing code and is a small part, right, of what you have to do. Solving the problem is the real work. I mean, just yesterday, I spent the first half of the day refactoring a thing that I built that just it wasn't going to work, right? It was my best guess at the time about what I wanted, and it in hindsight, in the larger context of the way things were shaping up, it wasn't going to work anymore. Will the new thing work? I mean, hopefully, but if not, I'll go change it again, right? It cost me a couple hours, not a huge deal. Okay, let's do these because the parent has the grid and because they're uneven sizes, putting these all on one line would be bad. Now we could break them out so that each of these lives in a box that has the grid, but that wouldn't let them be all lined up perfectly, I don't think. I think we've done that before and things get a little scraggly. It's neater to put them all in the same grid. And then there's less nested object nonsense, right? So I think that the easier solution here is just to keep up the pattern we have. It'll be kind of a waste of space to have checkboxes on different lines, but it's fine. Um, the other thing, no, that's for blocks logout. We don't need that. Okay. Let's just do Next other label. New label text in W. Set text. And then we give you a styler. Label styler. And then switch. New switch in W. Set type for dot switch checkbox. Ooh, actually, these guys have labels, but we're gonna use our own label. It's fine. We need to be able to get we can take this out for now while we lay them out. We'll eventually we'll need to give it a name so that we can get the data out of it. That's fine. Been on the project for a couple of days. Yes, going at strong 150 lines of code right now. Don't know why I never try stuff my brain likes thinking more than doing for some reason. TDD would actually not be a bad idea. Thought about it yesterday too. Never even had a plugin for testing installed until yesterday, but trial and error would be much better. What do you need a plugin for testing for? You're using Go, right? Just this is count 1 to ignore the cached stuff. This is all you need. There you go. See? All my testing run in all the subfolders. One command. Yeah, but animations? Yeah, but yak shaving? We are using NeoVim here. This is a console. I don't need it. My editor. This has nothing to do with my editor. And I forgot to start my database. That's why I've got a bunch of failures here. But this is nothing. This is a console. It's one command. So I think you hit on it earlier when you said just a second ago, my brain likes thinking more than doing for some reason. Brains are lazy. Brains like doing nothing. Brains will tell you, I need this thing to do this stuff. I'll be more productive if I can figure out what the magic widget is that makes me productive. And then you find a magic widget and you spend time or money getting it in place, and you find that I'm still a disorganized mess because that's just who I am as a person. And then your brain says, well, it's because this tool didn't work right. I need a better tool. It's because that is your brain's self-defense, right? It's an excuse that lets you not feel bad about saying, I'm not going to do that thing. More Rice than Maya says I'm weird for wanting animations. Rice, I've changed the colors and I've installed Go Powerline. That's it. To be honest, the Pokemon loading bar animation for my die boosted my everything. I don't know. Pokemon loading bar animation for your die. IDE, but die is also okay. I mean, and that's like it's fine to tweak your tools like that if it's just because it's fun. It's when it's blocking you. It's when it's becoming an excuse, right? And you got to get good at seeing those things in yourself and going, no, that's my brain lying to me. It's being lazy. It wants me to be lazy, and I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to find a way to push through, right? Because there's always something that you need. I call them needas because your brain says, I need a, right? And I know this from experience because I used to be that person that didn't do things because I needed this or I needed that. But then I got this and I got that and I still didn't do stuff because it's hard. Doing stuff is hard. Watching Netflix, easy. Playing video games, easy. Making a thing, spending time and effort, hard. Um, Styler, label styler. Well, if we put my terminal emulator, terminal sessionizer, terminal file manager, my background settings to the side, I do not have a green font, and I do not have that nice prompt banner thing. So yes, you are the racer. Hang on. Hang on. Powerline, go. Here you go. I'll drop this in both chats in case anybody else is interested. That's my fancy, nice prompt banner. That's all that is. And this is the Go version because the Python version is jank and old. And my font. Yep, there you go, right there. Preferences, default color. It's literally a built-in scheme, green on black. That. This is incorrect. There we go. I use Starship or something. I just asked ChatGPT to generate something for me instead of configuring it myself. So I mean, that's why it looks a bit ugly. I mean, if you outsource your thinking to the machine, you're going to have a bad time. All right. That's a little wiggly, but that's just going to be because I don't have a height for this. It's going to drive me slightly insane. Can I get you? I won't waste too much time on this. I'll keep pushing on. I want it to be. I want it to be nicer. Except for that doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Look at this. In it, we do all these things. If your terminal font color isn't green, how can you impress others and make them believe you're a hacker when pulling Docker images? I mean, right? I like it for two reasons. It's higher contrast. and it is retro, right? And it's built in. Green is for kids, amber is the real OG color. I mean, there's probably an amber. Maybe not. Black on light yellow. That sounds awful. You could make it, right? But that this is built in. Could we please get a use Vim motions for 15 minutes buy option for Twitch points? But I don't know Vim motions, so it would just be me randomly typing things, trying to figure out how to navigate. There isn't, right? I guess not. I'm surprised. There is, I gotta remember to set this back, because last time I did it, it left my thing on. Oop, not that. This. There you go. That make you happy? Deep down inside? Well, as an experienced Vim user, it is not more than that. Not more than what? If your efficiency is based on how fast you can type, you're writing way too much code. I mean, it would just be 15 minutes of me not knowing how to navigate a text editor. Like, I use Vim exclusively for editing text files, like config files. So I know like I and O, and I know how to save and quit without saving. And I believe I know how to search. I think that's just a slash and then the search term. But I use arrow keys in Vim too, so. I was looking for, are you on lines? Is your styler for your height on your lines? Settings. Figno, known comments. Just saying I learned Vim really well and still moved back to real IDs. I mean, like it's super like if it's your jam, then great, use what you like, right? Um I just don't want to invest the time to get it set up to where I like it and to learn the Vimy way of things. Up until they shove their AI thing down my throat and make it not turn offable, I'm just going to stick with a real IDE, quote unquote, and not do that. But if you know how to exit, you're basically in the top 5% already. I mean, how do you know how many people are still stuck there? They can't come out to answer your survey. Number aligned returns the number of lines. Bytes to lines, byte strings. It doesn't make sense that you would be here. Oh, what if we did, instead of this, that. Why exit? There's a plugin to launch a shell in Vim as a tab or pop-up. Okay, there we go. If we hard set the size, which isn't actually like 5, it's actually 4, but whatever, that's fine. We can work with that. If we then go back to telling you to grow on the X only. You have in for now for go tight. Right, but tight is also okay. Think I want that to be just a little bit bigger as a default. Yeah. I like that way more. Perfect. And then it won't wiggle, which drives me insane. Hate wiggly UIs. Okay, so that. And then got our switches. Something else I wanted to do. What was it? I don't know. We need to do property label, view label text, set text. Property to modify. Styler, label styler. To figure out how to display this. Chooser is the obvious choice, but we can modify multiple types of thing, i.e. attribute or skill. I'm going to lay the rest of this out first before we dig into that. Yeah, but if I would have a better work laptop, I'd probably move to JetBrains, not because of the configuration itself, it's just that even with 100% perfect stable config, it's just still worse than JetBrains. So all that configuration for an editor that will not perform as well. Meh. It depends on your definition of perform well, right? People that have carefully curated their NeoVim experience can perform very well. It's just that they've spent that time, right? JetBrains is love, JetBrains is life. I mean, I'm not going to disagree. But also, so there's another good example of Anita. Your brain is telling you, I would be able to do this better if I had this other tool. But to do that, I need a better laptop, right? I wrote this, actually. Hey, here we go. I added this for all those people that keep asking me about my specs and then keep pushing when I'm like, it's just a laptop. The last line is the more important part. I just have a slow work laptop, so JetBrains is a bit clunky while NeoVim is fast. These Vim motions make me go really fast, so I really notice these little lags. Even when using Vim motions, you clearly notice that the editor It's not made for them, as every window that is not the editor does not support them, so it feels really off. Don't know why I mentioned the laptop twice. Like, there's no... Like, the reason... Okay. I think I've talked about this before, but we'll go over it again. The reason I like JetBrains IDEs is because out of the box, they work well. I don't have to go mess with them. Right? Same with, why do I use black on green? It's retro-y, and it was there. Right? Why do I use Powerline? Because it's very easy to set up and delivers some value. Right? I like low barrier to entry because I'm more interested in what I can make. I don't really want to tweak and mess around with my IDE. I don't want to spend 3 days setting up a color scheme for it. I don't want to install 16 different plugins to make things just work, right? I want to get in there and be able to just go do things. So that's the only reason that I prefer JetBrains over anything else, right? I don't like their subscription model really, but it's not completely awful, right? Yeah, it takes more system resources to run it, but I'm not terribly worried about that. I've run Goland on a pretty crappy work laptop, and I did fine, right? The same reason why I don't really go and like this is the default Pop! OS background that was shipped with my laptop. I don't care. I don't ever look at the background, right? Every time I try to go change a background on something, I spend like an hour trying to find something that looks like not crap and not distracting, and I'm like, why am I even wasting my time with this, right? It's something I look at like once when it starts up, and then I fill it with windows because that's where work happens. So like there's no reason you have to use this IDE or any. So when we're talking about Go, yes, NeoVim is great, 100% faster for me at least than JetBrains when stable, but I also have to use Java or C# later, and these do not work well with NeoVim. It's not a me issue. The Primeagen said the same for Java at least, and he's basically Vim Jesus. So, I mean, yeah, you're kind of hinting at the same exact thing that I was just saying, right? Where you just want it to work so that you can get on with the actual task you want to do, right? What else we got here? We got modifier. Let's do a spinner for this. But we need a placeholder. Let's put this up here. Like that. And then we can do not that, but core.new. No, it is that. New label text. Label Steiler. It's not chooser, it's a spinner. And I need to look at, you go on W, but I need to look at the spinner because we want to set this. It's going to be a float. We want ints for now. Because right now it's only a plus and minus system. Later, we'll probably want to change that to be like a multiplier, but... Ooh, actually... I'm pretty sure it's only a plus or minus right now. We'll do that for now. It's like set step. Yeah, set step. Set step to 1. And set value to data struct dot. Oh yeah, we need to set value on these other ones too. Modifier. Because this needs to be float. No? Right. Float 32 is what this guy uses, I believe. And we'll need that later, but for now we'll leave it. You go back to switch. Set type, events, set read only, font size. Set state to yes. That. This. This. That. That's still placeholder. Perfect. Okay. And let's actually do this. Let's break this up visually just a little bit. Let's run that. Make sure we're on the right track here. Yes, it's just a pity that no IDE has a really good Vim motion support, but I maybe have some ideas on how to fix that. I really like Zed. However, Zed has the same stability issues as NeoVim and uses the same LSP. So yeah, same issues. But NeoVim will leave alpha next year, as 2026 should be the year of the NeoVim IDE. So hopefully you'll get a lot of stability improvements. It looks pretty good to me. If we do, just for testy test purposes, let's go over to the server. JetBrains has Vim key bindings if that's enough for you, or you can use them at least if you want to. Yeah. Config, status effects. These should be set. They're not. Okay. Why not? Let's double check that. Yeah, these should both be true, and this one should be false and true. Set state. Oh, right. This is that's not right. It's not set state. Set selected. Silly me. Ah, dang it. That's not it either. That's the other kind of selected. Set checked. Let's try that. There. That's it. I also need to make sure that my this guy, this is supposed to set selected. Is that, I thought this was working yesterday. Hmm. New item button. Item button. I'm selected that. Yeah, the plugin is actually quite good, actually really easy to configure the bindings. The problem is just that if I would, for example, open the database menu or something, you would open it with leader do or something. You can't close it again like this because the menu itself does not support Vim motions, only the editor. Is that me being picky? Yes. Also, ugly fuzzy finder, no font. Or no front. That's why I said earlier it's not bad. It's actually good compared to other editors. It just feels off. It's the same sensation as Mongoose must feel when he looks at code with methods smaller than 30 lines. Not wrong, just off. I'm going to find your GitHub. I'm going to roast every one of your function lengths. Why aren't you getting... Fire that real quick. Oh, it's not printing that either. Why not? New item button. That should still be a pointer. Over here, we do the same. We do this. No, that's for delete. It's because it's in an updater. This is in an updater too. States dust selected. States dust selected. Also, I recently found out that I can give my mouse cursor some really sweet animations for jumping around in NeoVim. It makes me at least 10 times more productive. Doubt. Orderable, clickable, selectable, focusable. Let's make sure this is still working over on the other side too. Just to be. Yeah. You work. Why don't you show selected? We set the struct, same way, more or less. No, we set text is what we do. Right, because we don't use the full struct in that one. Do I, by the way, ever use a debugger? Maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense here, but generally, yes, all the time. Not so much in UI stuff, but in just general, yes. On click. We skip that. We set it here instead of. Oh, this isn't correct. That's a problem. We can put that up there. It's fine though. And if we do this at the end, I don't think it's going to fix that, but it'll probably just make a little bit more sense. Still not being selected though. Item button. Text is non-selectable. Can't be it, can it? No, okay. Perfect. That would have been extra mind-blowing. Primary container, that's working. You're just not getting... details. Ah, it's not details. This is new item button. But over here, you are new item tile. You check for you being active, but that doesn't make sense over here because we don't have the active, which is fine. State is states.selected. Mm. Mm-hmm. Couldn't be that, could it? Like update blowing it away, maybe? Oh. Oh. And it's because this is in, yes. Yes. Because this is in an updater. And we delete the children. And rebuild them. That's why. So we need to do our update outside of this to get the middle field to update correctly. Which would mean we'd either have to switch this around. Either way, we'd have to store a reference to this, right? Have to do this. We can put this down here with this guy. We're still inside of I, so that's fine. Except for it's not there. It's here. Um, and then we just have to say if display frame is not nil, we update you. And then down here, when we create you, we have to do this check here. Put that on the correct line. And then, so we always make this. And then we only give it a struct when we update. But also, we need to store this. That we don't need anymore. And then we need to go over to item details, and up here this that. Except we'd also have to update you. Oh, that didn't work. That broke stuff. We'll need to rethink the way this flows a little bit if we're going to do it this way. How do I want to do this? Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom and refill my water bottle really quick. I'll be right back. I'm also starving, so I made a sandwich. So, I'm gonna eat that really quick. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. It's because I was eating a sandwich. Breakfast didn't last long enough today, apparently. I was just looking at how I want to do this because we update the whole thing. The pop in, right? I had just finished shoving the last of my sandwich down my throat, so. How you doing today, Sai? How's your ECS stuff going? And Pluck, for that matter. So we delete the children because we want to rebuild these buttons on an update. And I was trying to avoid tracking multiple things. But I might just have to. It's going more worried about the interview tomorrow. Gotcha. I'm sure you'll do fine. Just roll in there. You got this. Nervousness will kill you more than anything, right? This will be my game face. Excellent. Thanks for the confidence. Hey, no problem. The other thing that can help is like the worst thing that happens is they say no, right? In which case you're exactly where you are now, which is not ideal, but it's also not the end of the world, right? So all you can really do is just put your best foot forward. So if we do this, though, this won't exist until we do this and call update. So that's the problem. It's a chicken and the egg sort of situation if we're going to do it this way. How else can we add this? I guess we could try also. Oh no. Status effects? Yes. Just UI stuff for them, but you know. I guess we could just add this frame always. And we do not that display frame equals W. We'll do that on a click. Instead of doing this assignment, what we do is we say that we create a new item details. In the display frame, set the data struct to this, and then we call update on it. I'm not sure if we actually need call update if we set it like this, though. Love me some dots and whatnot? Yes. We support the idea of a dot, as well as just like a boon or a bonus, right? All kinds of different permutations, because you have like a tick time and all that. Let's see if we can get away with that or not. No, we do need to update, apparently. We need to Kill him though. We'll start with the on click by deleting the children of the display frame and then creating a new one. There we go. I'm not sure I love that, but it's at least functional as opposed to before where I broke stuff. All right, now let's go back to we're adding fields for this. So we got our modifier in. We need our duration. And this will be a little bit tricky too. How are we going to display? We have a time picker. That gives us hours and minutes. We have a duration. Cool. We have a duration input. Perfect. Okay. Even better. This we need to figure out how to display to unmarshal it into a way that makes sense though, right? See what we get. The raw data for this. We did encode it. Okay, perfect. Because we saved it as a time duration. We should be able to pull it back out, and it should work fine. The other thing... Looks like we don't have... Change. Okay. Duration.string. Yeah, let's just go for it. We'll figure it out. Duration label. I was looking for like min max, right? We might just have to check that manually in code, but then it becomes easy to fall out of sync, right? But we'll roll with it. New label text off of W, set text duration. We unmarshal you as a string. This should still be fine, I hope. Styler is label styler. Duration picker. New time. It's new duration input. Also in W. Set duration to data struct, duration. Yeah, this is a string. We need to parse duration. So air I'm sure this returns duration in there. Yes. Error is not nil, then we will. What do you return for a duration error case? Don't know. Let's find out. If the error is not nil, then we do message snack bar off of this. Actually, we have an error, so we can do error snack bar. Error, the string of unable to parse effect duration or error parsing. Yeah. And then we'll use their on change to update in the same way. Wait, no. That's not needed. Well, that's broken. Cool. Might be a problem. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, though. For now, we need tick time. New label text, W, set text. Styler. Label styler. Do that. Data struct. Tick time. Same deal. Like so. Let's make sure that we're on the right track here real quick. Valid duration, nothing. Okay. So here, we just need this to be guarded by if this is not an empty string. Then we do it. Otherwise, we'll just omit it. Ooh, actually, no, because If we do that, then you won't be able to ever set it. So what we need to do... we either need to give it like a button to add duration, which might be more clear, or default it to 0. But duration 0 means that it doesn't expire ever. I believe that's how I did it. We need to tooltip that to be sure. Like, we need to figure it out and then tooltip it for sure. But that would be confusing. But if we did a button, it would get appended at a weird place. Unless we put it inside of a Delio here and just updated this. But I do kind of like the idea of that. If we did a frame here. Field styling, there we go. And then we put this, so we say the label's still separate. We say if it's not an empty string, we do this. Otherwise, we do a button. We also need to make sure we put you into duration container. You go in there instead. Set text is add duration, but we also want to do, let's do it label text here actually. New label text in the duration container, set text, effect does not expire. Then we do an add duration button. And then the on click here, we would do is delete the children of the duration container. I think, pretty sure. Because we need to rebuild it. Say that create a new duration of 0 seconds as a default, and then update it. Would that work? Still get an error though. Tick time duration. Adding that does not. Why not? Easy because this. Well, no, we should still see something. Maybe we can't delete children. Maybe update is fine. No. Was I getting errors still? Obviously we get the invalid time duration for tick time, but yeah, no errors there. Are we... Duration, this guy. Yeah, it doesn't actually put you in there. It just makes room, which is bizarre. Oh, I don't think I need to dereference this. Yeah. Because this is just a pointer, it's not an interface. This gets way simpler on this side of the stuff. We're still stuck in interface land in my brain. I do not wish to dereference you. I very much wish to use your reference to actually effect change upon you. Now, I think I forgot to delete children. That's fine. We'll fix. Oop. And no, still not adding you. Walnut. Theoretically, this should actually be a thing, but it might just be printing an empty string, which would kind of make a degree of sense. Kind of. Okay, it should say 0 seconds, so we should get a thing. That is as I expected. Do I have an example of a 0-second duration? Hang on 1 sec. None of that is important. Size effects. No. Okay. We can add one for a quick testy test. Duration after modifier, 0 seconds. What do you produce? If that was to be set. That would work. It would be a janky thing, but it would work. Also, I need to do that instead of the center all. But duration container update. I'd have to do. I think I'd have to do this, right? So that we rerun this every time it gets updated. Yes. Cool how that keeps walking out. And by cool, I mean not really. This is also jank on the word wrap. I do that while I'm here chasing little annoyances. It's like it doesn't take the padding into consideration. We do want padding, though. Well, at least I'm in time to say hello. Hello. How's Mr. Ash today? How's Monday been treating you? It is Monday, right? Yes. Do want that padding for sure, though. What if we put the padding on this guy? Would that help? Kind of. Okay. I can work with that. Well, it hasn't been a bad day, but I'm not very social today, so I think I'll do a lurk more than not. No worries. I know the feels. Also, Jazz says, "Hey Ash," with a crying face. Poor Jazz. So sad. What do I put the grill back now that you know about padding because it's on your parent, not your grandparent? Well, we are in a Discord server together. That is true. You are indeed. We're all in a Discord server together. I don't like that says nanoseconds when I want it to default to seconds, but we'll see if we can fix that. But you would need this, I think, as well to line up with your friends. And hopefully it doesn't break you because you're a text editor and you're just a weirdo. Okay, perfect. Visually, it looks a little bit weird, but that's because it has a border that gets hidden. I'll take it. At least it's not pushing my crap off the screen anymore. Or out of the widget, I should say. So, let's do the same thing here for new frame, W. This should be not tick label, but tick time. And then we need field styler, but also to add that and do line items center so that we center our text in the horizontal. If id.datastruct.tickTime is not an empty string, do this like so, but also you go into TickTime container instead of that, else. And I almost forgot, we need to wrap it in that. Like so. Lost a paren. There we go. The else. Gonna cheat by copying this and say effect is not tick. Add tick. This is now tick time. Like so. Now, do I have the ability to do that? What sort of things can I do with this? I think I closed my docs. Which was foolish of me. But you know how it be. Time picker. Duration string. So we have a duration on you. That just gets them round. Don't seem to have way to set like a min or kind of like which things are valid. We can set step though. No, I can't. Why can't I? Ah, because they use a spinner inside. Okay, crap. Set auto unit, but that is... We can do unit though. And then theoretically that would help. That's really annoying. I guess I could do this. And then maybe I don't need to set the unit. Because then it has one, right? It's opposed to 0, which is just a 0. Which apparently parse doesn't really encode as seconds under the hood. Yeah. And then if we're going to do that, we also probably need a little deleted guy. Gotta go, you lovely people. Thank you, Mongos, for streaming, and see you on Friday. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful night as well there, Jess. Um, like so. I think I'll take an early night. It's not. It's one of those days, and yeah, keep up the good work. See you Friday, if not sooner. Right? Seems to be that time. Feel better with whatever you got going on. That's got you sit down, and we'll catch you Friday, man. Have a good night. Why do you not show up? Also need to know that. And we'll have to do validation on them. It's because this is the wrong container. Oops. Fix that. Change the song there. That is just not it today. There we go. I still don't have what's going on there. Time container goes into W. You go into tick time container. You don't. That's what I didn't change. Oh, copy pasta error. There we go. Let's do um do this, and then we'll do 2 columns here. We'll also do grow on the X, like so. So we can add 2 things in both cases, and then the don't know if that's gonna line things up correctly. I think it might not. We'll find out though. Yeah, well, we'll need to. So we were coming here. Item details, the form. This guy. We'd have to put you align justify self. And would that work? No, apparently not. It will, however, break my highlighting, which is cool. So you stretch correctly. What I could do that, and then table call. Do I want to do that, or just tell you to grow on the X, and then seems that tick time container and duration time container are both a kind of time container. I mean, it can be a type time container, maybe. They are just a, it's just named for a core or new frame. They're both a new frame thing. If we were to do that, and then we could do time container, and then we could do that, and then we could do them as a if we did you both. Hey, thanks for follow. I appreciate that. And then, yeah, that's fine. We don't care about the Y. We just want you to have a static size so that the grow pushes you over, and then not align, but justify them to the end, which would let us do theoretically columns that, yeah, that's much nicer. I don't know if that's correctly. We need to center that, but that's fine. So that's correct, but you're not justifying correctly. Why don't you justify correctly? Is it content instead of items? It is. Okay. That's more better. And that replaces that. And then we would need to do the same thing up here, except actually, if we're going to have it be a column either way, then we should put you just thinking if we want the same behavior. I think the answer is yes. But it's not going to be label call. We'll call you first call. And then we'll do the same thing here instead of button call. second call, because in cases where we have the data struct, we put you into first call, and then this, it goes into the second call. Set icon is icons dot trash icons dot delete. Put a styler on you. And we make you colors dot scheme dot error dot container color dot scheme dot error dot on container. And we need to do an on click for you, but that's fine. We on click you func e events dot events. And then what we do, we delete the children again, and we do data struct dot tick time equals empty string. Hey, hello to you as well, MD. And then we do an update on that parent container. Mongoose is an animal. Yes, they are. They are a fuzzy little critter. And also a MongoDB Node.js library. I do not do Node, so that is news to me. So, when we have a tick, we're like, oh, nope, I broke that. Broke that real good. What did I break? A stretch. I can do a stretch. Oh, that felt good, actually. I needed that, apparently. Okay. What does MUD stands for? Multi-user dungeon. Go away, please. The children data struct tick time is empty. Container updates. Only seeing framework stuff in here. But multi-user dungeon, you develop game for MMORPG games. It's a text game, right? But yes, MMO. The original MMO. Failing in set parent. Ah, it's because these guys get deleted. They need to exist in the updater. So they get recreated. Game, ASCII text game, kind of like it's just the primary way you interact with it is in text, right? Okay, that pushed that out of there, which I don't love, but that is much closer. Why do you wiggle? Why would you do such a thing to me? I don't need that here anymore, actually. I do need it to be in both of these, I think. Okay, that didn't work. That's interesting. Why have you done that? That's really special kind of games. I mean, it's an old kind of game. Oh, I do need... Or am I crazy? Yeah, I do need that up there still because you are the thing that gets centered. The child container. So we'll leave that there. This doesn't explain my wiggle. Like, it's good if it starts that way, though. It's just here. If I was to pull these out, though... If I don't... I don't recreate them each time. I just can't delete and re-add them, right? Because that'll break stuff. No, I can't even add them because that part deletes too. So what I'd have to do is come over here if I want to test this. Really appreciate the simplicity in games. It does not need to be realistic, 3D, high graphics, next GTA or never. I mean, there's room for all kinds of games, right? Generally speaking, I prefer 3D games over 2D. Text is just a different thing entirely, right? The entire container wiggle, kind of. Use some GUI library that's ready to use, or you develop your own GUI. It's a library. It's Cogent. I know Dear GUI on C++ and Qt, but it really comes as a surprise to me that Go has GUI libraries. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of new, right? Ready to use is a strong word. It's pretty new. It's pretty early days for it. Thus, some of my problems. It's a nice blend between my skill issues as a non-front-end developer and framework issues. Pick your, flip a coin. That's where the issue lies. If I was going to do this, I would need to do, instead of this, I would need to do delete both children there, and then do the update. And the same thing here. Oops, I don't want to cut you. That way. And we'll probably want to extract this out into a custom widget, but we're just kind of prototyping more or less right now. You still jump. It's very, very bizarre. Okay. What if... Let's roll this back because it was simpler to have them just recreated inside of the updater. Take that out. Instead of grow here, we'll min and max them. And then we still wiggle. Okay. I guess the other, yeah, there's a grow here. We could get rid of that. PW is not really recommended to be used right now, but I think it's because you create a new frame each update, maybe. No, because we update. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That pushes you out. In this one, we only update the tick time container itself, which should update the child widgets, not the parents. Why develop a GUI on Golang? Is it because of performance gains? Can't they just do a port like Python, or because Go is compiled, not interpreted as Python is? I have no idea. Why? I mean, I like Go. That's why I use Go. I presume it's the same for them. I don't know about porting. That's a question for somebody who wants to write a GUI. Seems like a layout problem since the entire object shift to right. Yeah. Ready to probably. I agree. Which is why we're eliminating grows and replacing them with this. But parent width is a little bit janky still. There's bugs open for it. Which is why we were using grow. The other thing is, if we put this back to growing on the X, and this back to growing on the X, then instead of doing this, actually this shouldn't matter. Just tell you to grow. You can share the space. I'm fine with that. The justification of the content is what I'm really after. Flex grow, so the GUI library you use provide flex, but kind of. Let me do this. I'll link the docs and you can have all the fun you want looking at it. Yeah, this is fine, but it still pushes out. Well, dang it. Hmm. Very confused why it's updating that whole thing. Because it shouldn't be. Could be related to... I don't think it's this, but we'll take it out just for a quick test. Could be related to our use of parent width in at the top level for the main container. Yeah, not that one. If we were to, instead of growing here, if we did instead something absurd like that. That's it right there. It's because of their parent width being unstable. So we'll do that. And there's already a bug open for their parent width not being the most effective solution for this. But sometimes you can get away with it, so... there is that. Parent width not fixed. It was fixed on... it has to do with the way their layout engine traverses up and down to determine what the parent X should be, or the parent width should be. There's an issue for it. But for now, we'll just leave it as that. So parent width would grow to fill the available space and thus cause the objects to move to the right, except for they shouldn't be growing outside of their parent. The parent, the great-grandparent shouldn't be growing, essentially. I worked on layout algorithms before. Cool. Okay, so let's finish roughing in this form really quick. We're going to pull this out into a custom widget, I think, because the I don't want to duplicate that. I'd like them to stay the same when I make a change. Make sure I'm in the right place here. Am I still in my plan? Yes, I'm in my tree at. The tick time, we need damage per tick. New label text, you go into W. Set text to tick. You get the label styler. Does Go support polymorphism? No. You can do inheritance of widgets? No. Custom widgets. You can wrap widgets, but it's different. Or not. You can wrap. You can have a struct that has a anonymous type inside of it and gain access to that type's things, but it's not really true polymorphism. Which is what you do when you have a custom widget. Like this is a custom widget right here, right? So you look up here, there's a core.frame inside of here that we're based on. We init you and we do all sorts of things, which means we get all the features of a core.frame, which ultimately ends up implementing core.widgetbase and a tree node and all the other cogent-y things. Damage protect label. This will be a spinner. Set step. No. Do I want him in? No, because I want you to be able to do a negative. You could use that to make it a heal. Set value, though, we want to do data struct dot damage per tick, but this is an int. For whatever reason, spinners take floats, feed you in there. And then we need blocks logout. What we want to do here styler, label styler. We want to do a checkbox here, which is a switch. New switch, W. And then it's a set type, core dot switch checkbox, logout switch, dot set checked. What have I done? Where you were up here. Missing something. New switch, set type. Oh, I can't type. That's what's going on. Set checked to data struct dot blocks logout. Let's run this. Do none of these, are none of these set to block logout? They aren't. Do that so we have a thing to test on. We'll relaunch that. And then you're checked. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a quick commit here. And we'll do rough in the item details widget. Now we need to pull this out into custom widget for the swappable text box here. And for that, that's only going to be relevant in here, pretty sure. Do an internal. This can be duration widget. Yeah, I like that. That's fine. No, create a directory. Got ahead of myself. Duration widget. There we go. Go file. For this, we will need to grab you're not there, you're here. Grab this so the GoGen knows to generate you, and grab this so that Cogent doesn't get confused. And then let's pull you over here. Realize I have too many things open and clean this up a little bit. I think we're done with that for right now. That we need, that we need, that we need. Which one are you? Your status effects will need you. Close that for now. Close that for now. And that. All right. Duration widget. How are we going to do this? Type. You're going to be a frame. What? We need an init. Init. And this is going to be at this level, so we need we need this to be applied after, which is still fine. But we can wrap this in to the basic functionality of it. Which actually, we don't even need our grow there. The need a maker. We add at. How do I want to do this? I want to do I'll run into the same problem if I put the two child frames out here. But I could also just more easily delete them inside of here. It'll be a little cleaner. But try it and see if we like it or not, and then just on an update delete both. Well, no, because we won't have. We'd have to store references to both. The other thing we could do is up here, the children, or we'd have to check both. Oh, here we can do this. First of all, we need to know what our data is. And we'll need this here as well when we do save. So we'll have to do like a get data sort of thing, which is fine. Because we won't have a reference to the actual duration picker, right? But we can just do like a get duration or something. That's not a big deal. We will need guess we can do a pointer to the string. That way it modifies our struct, which ultimately modifies the thing at the top level, which is fine. Ooh, except for no, it's not. Because we want to be able to roll this back. Crap. Okay, that's going to bite me. This can still stay, but this needs to be not a pointer. That's a fundamental mistake in this. Because that will kill our rollback ability. So we need to do that. That goes away in that case. But let's actually put this back. We need to fix that eventually. In fact, I'll leave myself a to-do. We can't use a pointer. And I can't type. Pointer here to the data struct because that will make... No, wait. Wait. We can still reload. So we can just pull it back from the file again. But then we have to pull back everything. So yeah. That will make it, because that would change the item in the list we pulled from config, and a rollback would have to reload all the configs. Use a copy here and let the parent catch the on change events when you click on save. The world did you do that for? Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's just a to-do. Just leave myself a note for that. We can still use a pointer here, I'm pretty sure. Even though it's a little weird to get a pointer to a string. It's just not common. Because otherwise we'd have to set up a listener for on change at the parent. I'd really rather just modify this in place as we see fit, which will modify the copy, and then we can do copy things with it. It's fine. And then here we say if data is an empty string, dw.data that is, but we need to dereference you. Then we can do the things we did. And we can actually call these frames different things. And we can just pull our styler down, kind of like we did over here. Like that. And then time container, tick time container updater. First call is actually just grow, but that's fine. Oops. Second call is this. If my data is not an empty string, I do all of these things. Except this is the data. This becomes DW. That should still be fine for the error snack bar. This goes into W. And then here, and I almost forgot, we need to up here do styler is first call styler, second call styler. These guys all go into second. This becomes W. This becomes dw.delete children. This becomes dw.data. but we dereference we call update ourselves when we do that. Else we can do tree add at p label frame func w dot frame. And actually I might be able to get away with, instead of this, label text, I'm just calling you label. And then set text on W. Styler U to first call styler. This might not work, right? I might have to put it inside it. We'll see. This, and then button frame. Same deal. Styler is second call styler. Pull U over. You go into W now instead. Break you up just a little bit for visual separation. And then this is DW, delete children. This becomes dereference dw.data equals that. Update. Now, if this all works, I can go generate, hopefully. And what we'll do is we'll swap out our duration container up here, or duration widget, with the new one, and they should look and function identically, is the theory, and then we can just swap the second. There we go. That should have a type gen in there now, and it does. Fantastic. Duration label, and then we do new widget in W in place of all of this. Let's give that a run. Oop, something broke. Ah, because I forgot. Up here. If this is nil, just return. But also, we need, if we export this, ignore the strings and the rest of it you can do. We need to go generate again because this will generate us a convenience setter that will return a pointer to the object so that we can chain these. Like so. Set data to id dot data struct dot duration, but more importantly, the address thereof. Now we'll run this. Okay, we have our duration, which is set to 0 currently. Get an error parsing tick time. We delete you. Screwed something up. New button for delete. Add button, new button on W. Valid duration. We checked for that. Ah, typo. If you're not empty, then we do that. Okay, effect does not tick, but it's lacking the button to add a new one. It should be here. Second. So why? Ah, it's because we didn't do this yet. And we'll need to limit you, I bet. Yeah, okay. By default, it should grow. And then here, we do s dot x max dot x pw 70. Like so. Okay, perfect. So add tick, replaces it, works exactly as the one below. And same with these guys. Perfect. Love that. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here. We need to, however, no, because the label's separate. We're good. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All of this goes away. Creation widget. Not that. Oh, I've stepped on myself. That. I need to rename that. It's fine. It's fine for now. Tick time value will do. Kind of keep it the same. Set data to id.data struct dot tick time value dot styler func s styles dot style s dot max dot x dot pw is 70. This will be renamed to effect duration, so as not to conflate with the fact of core duration, right? And then we'll need to retype Genio. Give you time to regen. I should rename this as well. Crap. And duration. Yeah, we're fine there. Okay, perfect. Do one last quick test. Make sure everything is kosher after I regenerate again because I just renamed it. Make sure everything gets hooked up correctly. And we should be ready to rock on that. We'll need to give it the like a bottom footer like we have with other UI bits to say, hey, you have changes. We need to make the change to not using a pointer so that it's easier for us or nicer for us to do the reload. If you have a thing you've changed that you don't like, add tick, mess with these a little bit. I'd like these to have options that make better sense, but okay. I think we're really, really good there. Let's do a commit for that. We'll say extract time duration or extract our complicated duration element out into a custom widget. And then fix this really quick. So data struct, that goes. Think we panic if we do this, though. Because these won't have fields, or will it default? I don't remember. Let's find out. But perhaps more importantly, we need to set this to not use... it's going to be in widget. Not use that. No. Is this... Now that's status effects. Why... it's because... Dang it. I need to generate again. That's why. Because I've just changed that, and that is handled by the convenience function the typegen generates. Which is why it still thinks it needs a pointer-pointer. Like so, and then get up. You know you want to. Where is your typegen? Set data struct no longer takes. There it goes. This should result in everything still running. Because we aren't saving anything yet. We're just loading it and then doing stuff and also things. That just... Either I'm losing my mind or that was briefly point one. You can relaunch that. I must be losing my mind. Okay. That's good. I'd rather lose my mind than have buggy framework issues. I can learn to live with one of them, not the other. We need to figure out how we're going to do this. We could do like 2 choosers. And one would be... Then that wouldn't really pick up on things that implement that interface. Well, we know a couple things off the bat. We know what kind of managers we have. But that doesn't really tell us. We'd have to like message bus ask, hey, who implements this? Which we could do, I suppose. But we also don't have a broadcast channel like that just yet. Which maybe we should add. in the message broker. That could be a thing. But that could also lead to unexpected consequences, right? Because our interface for that is actually pretty broad, and it's not actually defined in any place public. It's only defined in Character Manager, which is still internal to the server. And I'm not completely against the idea of exposing that, but doesn't make sense, right? The other thing to do would just to be to say, hey, these are the hard-coded things that we can modify currently. Which might be the play, because our managers have very specific, not managers, yeah, it is managers. They have a helper for get skills. The others would be for get attributes. So we have to hook those up to our understanding as well. And know which one to call, right? Or we could build the thing manually, but we still need to know what comes back. We could use the interface for that, but we actually don't store anything but an ID of it in the Config Manager understanding of a status effect. Our property to modify is just an ID. And we check to make sure that that is a thing that's correct in the Character Manager. But that still won't tell us if we're selecting a valid thing or let us select the thing, right? We could build a chooser with all the skills and abilities in it, but that seems unnecessary and awkward. We could do like some checkboxes and then a centered chooser. We could do 2 choosers with 1 disabled until the first one is set. In which case we build the options of the second. Which I think I kind of want to do that way. I wonder if we can put... We should be able to put the function into the value because it's a interface. So when you select the thing, we just run the value of the thing that we build, which will actually end up just being a hard-coded list. And we could make that a constant, I suppose, or a var, a global var for this package. That way it's easy up top to say, oh, hey, add these things. And that should just work TM. I'll have to think about that a little bit. But it is 4 o'clock, slightly thereafter, which means it's time for me to go do other things. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So if you like this kind of thing and you show up right about now, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world on Friday, I should be doing this again. And I would love to see you again. And if not, maybe we'll see you some other time. Have a great week anyway. Thank you for everybody who came and hung out. My Twitch viewers, we'll go ahead and raid out. If we can find anybody that I follow who's online, we can. We'll raid. We'll raid Sai again. Actually, no. Let's raid New Jank. who's playing some kind of game. But he's working on a super rad gardening sim, and he's a pretty chill guy, so this should probably be good too. And thanks again, everybody. We'll catch you on Friday.